Good morning, chat. Hope everyone's doing well. Let's see what today's program is going to be about. Stream. My work day. What am I going to be doing? So, definitely want to try the new model thing. But is that what we're doing today? There's brain navigation logic. That's got to happen. I don't know. Oh, typo. There we go. Maybe today should be the trying effects in Blender. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Because the way things are being scaled down is just not... I'm not getting a sort of SNES look, really. Yeah, maybe let's have a Blender day. Okay. There it is. But before all of that, let's see what kind of dailies we're gonna do. That's not the right window. There we go. Oop. So, I guess there's some controversy going on with Godot. So, I also might want to take a look at that today, see what's going on. Because if, for whatever reason, Godot's about to go up in flames, I want to know about it, right? Like, I know absolutely nothing about what's going on. It may be a bunch of nothing. It may be something. I've literally just seen a headline that I was like, Ooh, fancy. See, we are a week and a couple days until the Lonin. That's cool. Let's see, still not October yet. How much of this is unlocked? Maybe we'll do this today. Oh, literally only 2 photo locations. Never mind. Never mind. Garbage. Oh, it's Monday. We can do reputation quests. And we've got weekly bosses. Yeah, today we've got all kinds of fun stuff. Hello, Arlecchino. Oop. Stop and swirl. Laser. Ooh, good hit, good hit.
Let the mighty be humbled.
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory. Not bad. You've proven to be
Nice.
Bow your head.
And second form. Come at me, bro.
This has been seared away. My blade is all that remains.
Bow your head.
Sometimes only
Ooh.
the beginning. Who's next?
That could have gone better. Oh,
The sun and moon have set. Only ruin remains.
calm down, lady.
Who struggle in vain.
Silence.
There we go. See. Next, let's do Hot Pep. He's another quick one to laser down. Uh, Whirl and laser. What? Alright. Didn't have taken that much.
Bitter pill to swallow. Be sanctified.
Now, weekly bosses are kind of a weird phenomenon to me. Like, once you've cleared content, like, several times, I wonder what the purpose is of continuing to have the player do it. Cute hamster with the non-fitting voices live. Well, what kind of voice should a hamster have? Like, I've never owned a talking hamster. I've never had a pet that did that. Maybe there's... You could tell me what your hamster sounds like when it talks. I'm doing good, Flavius. How are you, man?
If you prefer, maybe hamsters talk like this. Hello there, chat. Though I don't think I could keep this up for several hours on end. And I don't think you'd want me to try to keep this up for hours on end.
Just under 3 hours to go. Nice. Not that. Cupid, you can do better. Better. Oh. Better than that. So define what better would sound like. Give me some direction, sir. Maybe you'd prefer some Marvin the Martian instead.
Hello there, puny humans.
Techno? Okay. Well, if you're saying I can do better, you gotta tell me what better is. Because pro tip, voices, as far as I know, do not have objective standards of quality.
A bitter pill to swallow.
This link. Okay, let me get this boss and I'll take a gander.
Strike dead.
Let the mighty be humble.
Careful, it's loud. Ah,
Be not perturbed.
no, don't hurt Nuvolette.
Inferior. Adorn my knight. Time to go. Inferior. The eye sweeps the lands.
No, just hit a little bit. There we go. Yeah.
Emptiness awaits.
Nope. Okay, what's this silly link you sent? Fortunately, I keep everything opening elsewhere off stream. Okay. Turn the audio a little bit up. Whoa, I can definitely not do that. Yeah, that's impossible. It actually makes me really sad that some voices like that are impossible. Because, like, I know now that they're made with voice modulation, or, like, audio tweaking, like, with software. And it's just not possible for a human. Very sad. The one that I practiced for ages trying to get right was Yoshi. I normally can't do it this early in the day, but it's, what?
Yoshi! Blah.
That's about as close as I ever got. I can sometimes do a little bit better than that, but that's about it. And I looked up, I finally, after practicing for a while and couldn't get any closer, looked up how the actual voice recordings are done. And I listened to the actual voice recording without any audio effects. And it's literally just a dude going, Yoshi. Yoshi. Blah. Yoshi. Up, 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 up. It's so lame. But what you gonna do? Ooh, good hit. Good hit. Thanks for ruining my childhood. Sorry. Oh, I messed this up. Dang it. Dang. Did not get a pre-phase 2 kill. Was your childhood really hinging on whether or not they used digital modulation on a voice for Yoshi? Like, that's an oddly specific thing to hinge your childhood on. Now, if I had told you something like Yoshi was actually based on a Pomeranian and the artist was just really bad at drawing Pomeranians, that might ruin some things for you. What a Pomeranian? Pomeranian. The breed of dog. I'm sure you've seen one. Please. Noisy, adorable fluffballs. Remember, that was me putting together a hypothetical. That's not actually the case. Alright, daily's complete. And let's go ahead and check out reputation stuff, because I think today is the day that we max out all current reputation in Natland. Childhood regained, don't take it from me. Oh, don't worry, there's a million things to take your childhood. Like, I don't know, a good 30% of my childhood was taken by Disney in the past decade. Very sad. Honestly, I could just not on the bounties. And we're done. What's that? Blazing flint ore, no. What's that for? Hooray! We finally have the treasure compass. How? I'm sorry, have you not seen what happened to Star Wars? Have you not seen what happened to Marvel? Have you not seen what Disney's done to its own original properties? Flavius, where have you been? And how do I get there? Don't talk about Star Wars. This sorts. You're the one who was asking how Disney stole my childhood. Or ruined my childhood.
This realm is
Oh, there you go. That's how they ruined it. 30% of it anyway. You didn't have to say Star Wars. I want to be precise in what they ruined.
if you ever
Okay, what do I need to craft the new doodad? Where is the new doodad? Up here? Oh, I probably need to consume it first. Yeah, there we go. The oh, is this one of those things you make over here? This is a forge item. Probably a forge item. Definitely is a forge item, but I'm missing something. Let's see, we've been at this for about almost 20 minutes. Hello there, Grand Kitty. I know I should probably go to dev stuff. But one, I don't love the first topic for the day.
I see the value in my own work.
Two, I've been wanting this treasure compass ever since we got to Natlan. So part of what I want to look at today, oh, do you play the TCG in the game? No. I mean, I do play it for like primo gems and completion and stuff, but I don't like it. It is is it my least favorite part of the game? Probably. Yeah, the TCG is just, in my opinion, not enjoyable. But then again, I don't like TCGs in general. So like, take my opinion with a grain of salt. Doesn't quite cover how little you should consider my opinion when it comes to TCGs. My opinion is effectively useless when it comes to TCGs. Let's just say that. Like, as far as I know, oh, what is the Hearthstone? That's the one. Like, Hearthstone, as far as I understand, is well understood to be a good card game. Like, to be a quality card game that people enjoy. I get basically nothing out of that game. I try, and like back in the day, I tried playing the Pokemon TCG like one time. Couldn't stand that. I tried playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That one was better than the Pokemon TCG to me, but no. And Magic the Gathering was always way too complicated for my brain. Not to mention the expense of like building decks. I was just like, I was a kiddo. There was no way I was affording that. Plus, those cards had like demons and naughty stuff on them. There was no way my mama was getting me that. Oh. Okay, we will leave you alone, sir. I dabble in them, but usually fall out when I learn about it being about, put these together or you stink. Yeah. Meta is something that I don't care for in most games.
Do you also like collecting shiny rocks? I mean, who wouldn't want to? They're so pretty.
This go. Where are you taking me, game? Where are we going? Okay. Sure, game. Yeah, it's too expensive to have to play a certain way to win. Yep. And one thing I really don't care for in that metas come about and how highly valued meta is in a lot of games, playing meta is not necessary, right? So like, my Yai Miko team is definitely not meta, right? Not even remotely close to any semblance of meta. Can still do any of the content in the game I want.
Okay.
You are a one-trick pony, you know.
Let's see. I'm more forgiving if it's a loose meta, like have an attacker, healer, and a specialist to beat the boss. But if it's combining Susie with William and only use Susie's special while using William's ambient, I'm assuming this is relevant to a specific game, or you're making just a hypothetical situation. I agree. And what's particularly annoying is when non-meta units are and non-meta builds are absolutely viable in a game, and the community just decides, no, if you do those, you're just bad. Like, what? But I won. No, you're bad. I was making fun of how the metas sound to me. You're right. Like back when I tried playing League of Legends, my main was AD carry Janna, and I loved playing AD carry Janna. And so many people would just not be willing to play with me because I liked playing AD carry Janna. It's like, but I'm winning like 80% of my matches. What? Why is this not enough? What's wrong? Why are you like this? That's horrible. Yeah. Like, yeah, there's definitely and I don't like the word toxicity. I think it's thrown around so much it's lost a lot of meaning. But for lack of a better term, there is definitely a toxicity that comes with communities that have like competitive defined metas. And that's a big part of why I have no plans to ever create a game that has competitive gameplay. Just absolutely no intention of ever doing that.
10 points for agility.
And for whatever reason, metas also come about, and like there's a certain toxicity that even happens in cooperative games. And so from my perspective, like if you're even going to get that in cooperative games, that nastiness, I feel like many gaming communities, if they're going to do that even in cooperative, they're clearly not mature enough to handle a competitive scenario.
Is this really necessary?
I know, that's the dumb hot take of the day, right? People are not mature enough for competitive games. But, like, I know I'm not. I turn into a very, very nasty person when playing competitive games. And I can become really, really good at it. Like, certain competitive games. But I am not a pleasure to be around. As John Panette would say, I've lost my cherub-like demeanor. Feel like I'd be a monster if a game I made developed a meta like that. I'd change it up all the time. Yeah, I'm only competitive during board games. So, a problem that arises if a developer tries to change things because of their community is you end up actually doing is keeping the toxic positivity people in your community and ruling out a lot of everyone else, right? Because you make a change to your game that people don't like, there's gonna be sometimes a very big portion of your community that says, oh, we don't want all of you here anyway because you're just a hater, when they were giving valid criticism. One of the communities that has possibly the biggest case of toxic positivity is Pokemon. Like, there is a massive percentage of the Pokemon fan base that Game Freak can just do no wrong. And like, you can point out objective problems with Game Freak's development process. Like, just, no, obviously they need to be doing better in these regards because the information technology industrial complex has found better solutions to some of the things they're doing, right? I love Pokemon, but I also hate Pokemon for that reason. You and me both, sister. You and me both. Yeah, Pokemon's another franchise that's lost me in recent years. I shouldn't even say recent years. When did Sword and Shield come out? That's when they lost me. Wait, it's down there? Oh. What the heck? Okay. I'm like, so many of the offshoots and mods for Pokemon are fun because the main franchise turned into a legally stingy nothing burger. What do you mean legally stingy? I don't understand that. I don't know what that phrase means on its own anyway. But what does it also mean in this context? Also, I've been farming this for way too long. Let's get this done and get to actual game dev related stuff. Then again, the discussion right now is heavily related to game dev, and definitely is useful for developing my game. They regularly attack fan games and communities. Like, I understand protecting a brand, but they go too far, I think. So is Nintendo and Game Freak litigious? Yes. Do they have to be? Also, yes. Are you familiar with international copyright law at all? Because I'm going to have to assume you're not. Within international copyright law, you are legally required to attack any and all copyright infringing material, because if you don't, you will lose your copyright in international courts. It's possibly the dumbest laws in the world. And basically the issue is, if you want to not issue takedowns on a fan project, what you have to do is officially license the material, which of course then you're tacitly endorsing whatever that person is or what they produce. And Nintendo doesn't have the time to vet all of that. I guess that makes sense. They do sell it all over the world, yeah. And it's extra annoying because the anime and manga industry doesn't have this problem, right? In that industry, people make fan like original content, and I don't remember what the word is, but there's like a specific Japanese word for that phenomenon. Fans creating their own versions of like Naruto, right? Like fans will make a, what is it called? No, wait, I'm never gonna remember the word. Anyway, the point is, there's a word for it. Yeah, maybe that's why it feels so weird to me. I was big on fan art, fan fiction, fan OCs, fan comics. Oh, that's the word! Doujinshi. That's the word I was thinking of. And like, in Japan, there seems to be a thriving industry basically around fan comics, fan OCs. And like, manga artists and anime artists understand that that is a form of advertising for them, a form of promotion for their product. And everyone in Japan understands that if they're reading a doujinshi, it's not part of the original. Like, it's just, everyone knows it. There's no question. Yeah, you can straight up sell whole printed works based on other IPs so long as it's distinguished from official merch. Exactly. And I think that's... I go back and forth on how valid that is. Because there are some obvious problems with it, right? Like, if you're producing something that's based on someone else's IP, well, potentially you are detracting sales from them, right? But at the same time, if you're the original creator of something and someone else is so much better than you at making the thing you came up with, maybe you don't deserve all the credit you're getting. Ow. Got a lot of those. Get crafting. Hooray! Pyro treasure compass! I'm just frustrated because Nintendo doesn't want fan games, but they know when the person is like, fine, I'll make my own, and you go, well, I'm a patent that now, so you can't. So weaponizing patent law is obviously a bad thing, right? That was tried very heavily by people in the past in the US, and it's still tried now. In the US, it's less successful now. It still happens, don't get me wrong, but it is to a degree less successful now because of the recognition of things like this. I need to use more words to describe that. Things like this doesn't mean anything on its own. So talking about what Nintendo has done, where they didn't have grounds to sue Palworld, so they filed for a new patent on something that if they thought they could have patented back in the day, they certainly would have. And for those who don't know, right now I'm talking about the push button to throw spherical object to catch monster. That's what Nintendo filed a patent on, and the Japanese patent office said, sure, absolutely. Now, in the United States, all you'd have to do in a patent before some judge with patent law is say, hey, they filed for this patent after our game came out. They're clearly trying to just weaponize patents against their competitors. They don't actually think that they have a right to this IP as a intellectual property. Catch character in scene to use and command in later scene. Yep. I hate his Tamagotchi so much. I hate the Tamagotchi. Hate it. Okay. So I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Wish I could turn it off. Absolutely. Okay, so chat, if you know anything about this, please chime in. But we're going to look into whatever the Godot controversy is. Because I heard that there's something going on with Godot. I don't know what it is. I want to find out because I am a responsible developer. And if Godot is about to explode, I need to know it so I can prepare, right? And yeah, if you join stream today to talk coding, sorry, but this is also part of game dev, right? You've got to know that your tool set is ready for, is good for what you need and isn't going to fall out from under you. Just a second, folks. I will be right back. Hello? Yes. Sorry about that, chat. I got a repeat phone call from a relative that normally if there's a repeat call, it means there's an emergency. It was not an emergency. It was, they were worried that a storm had blown over my house and something had happened, but like where I am, we didn't even get rain from this massive storm, so I'm good. Okay. Glad you're okay. Me too. Hamsters do not do well in hurricanes. Let's see. I don't know that I trust Reset Era, but I know it's a regular occurrence, but it's no less insane to say what? What is happening? Okay, something about community managers. Wait, why does Know Your Meme have an article on current event? It's not a... what? Wait, the Godot forums were closed? I guess looking at Godot forums might be the best source here. So I'm kind of scared to look there. Oh, but I guess I don't want to read something from a year ago. How about this? Let's just look at the past week. Tools. There we go. Past week. What's going on with Godot? Insane response to all the drama. Otaku in action. Not sure that I like that subreddit. Please investigate further, but essentially Godot's Twitter responded to someone's comment that implied woke developers used game engine. Godot made a tweet saying, "Guess we're woke now?" Oh no! Essentially, and so developers were upset and posting on the status. I mean, I'll look into it more, but guys, I think you've noticed on my channel, I try to keep the politics out of this because I'm not here to tell you how to vote. I'm not here to tell you how to live your lives. I'm here to make fun games and to teach people how to make games more effectively. And how you vote at the ballot box really isn't going to impact how you write code. Right? I just want to make that statement. If you think that who you vote for an office has anything to do with writing quality code, you, sir, have lost the plot. And I don't care who you're voting for. It doesn't matter. Like, there's no impact. There's no crossover. These two variable vectors are skewed to each other. Like, I've seen people say this, and to me, it's the same as saying, well, you shouldn't like eating popsicles because political candidate X likes eating popsicles. What? Or you're not allowed to like puppy dogs because you think this political view, like you think this fiscal policy. What? The heck are you people doing? Okay, let's see what's going on. And let me just clear out these tabs. I have way too many tabs going on. I'm never going to sort back through these. Today, we're doing sad controversy things. It was a weird snowball since the community manager started banning people who commented not wanting politics. One of which being a platinum financial backer. So that made more people upset. Mixed in was someone getting banned by someone in an unofficial Godot Discord server who was apparently throwing around racial slurs in 2016. Okay, so I don't know how something in 2016 could be remotely relevant to discussions about politics in game development. Okay, what? Am I gonna have to switch engines, guys? That's the real question here. Do I need to switch engines? Because I'll do it. I'll do it. I will start from scratch if I have to. By golly. It's just more gas people are using in the throwing in the fire to try to burn down Godot. People are already talking about making a fork of Godot. I don't think so. I'm not, lol. Yeah. Well, so if people are talking about forking Godot, on the plus side, that means I'll be able to continue on with any of those forks. Even if Godot bursts into flames, right? Because of whatever's going on. Fine, we'll check out the reset error article. I don't like using this subreddit, Kotaku in Action. But then again, I don't like using any subreddit for like an up-to-date topic or a like actively evolving topic. Know your meme, sure. I love Godot, but Godot Foundation official statement on the controversy. Ooh, that's probably going to be the most informative thing right now. On Friday, we made a tweet that unexpectedly led to a wave of harassment directed at our staff and community. Unequivocally condemned this abuse. Volume of negative engagement overwhelmed our moderation efforts. While attempting to protect the Godot community, we mistakenly blocked individuals who were not participating in the harassment. The Godot Foundation Board takes full responsibility for these moderation actions. If you believe you were blocked in error and have not violated our code of conduct, please contact us with the form linked below. We are committed to swiftly rectifying any mistakes. firmly stand by our mission to keep our community spaces free from hate, discrimination, and other toxic behaviors. So here's an issue for me with what they've said there. You are an open source project. To me, defining toxic behavior, like just you as a group deciding to define what toxic behavior is, goes against the concept of open source, right? Because then it's not open. And like, I can understand, yeah, then it's for a certain group. So, and this whole phrasing pops up a lot when companies want to, they want to rule out certain people, and the things those people are doing don't fall under any category, so they use this toxic behavior category to just mean people we don't like, right? And like the people that they're trying to exclude haven't done anything wrong by any reasonable standard. Like they've just said their opinions. And guess what? We've all got those. And your opinion is going to offend someone. Guaranteed. Like, I like chocolate. There is probably someone on this planet that is allergic to chocolate and is offended that I like chocolate because they can't have it. All right. That's like the most milquetoast opinion I could possibly state, right? And there will be someone on the planet offended by it. So they're just talking logos? All right. I don't think that's related. I hope it's not related. Know your meme. Weirdly, I feel like it would have been better without the word toxic. Hate and discrimination are clear-cut terms and behavior to admonish, but toxic is very fluid depending on the group. So I don't agree. Please define hate. What is hate? What does it look like? How do you know that something is said hatefully? Because as far as I can estimate, hate is based on the mental state of the person saying or writing the thing, right? And unless something has changed in recent history, we don't actually have the ability to read minds yet. Now, discrimination, I think it's reasonably hard to prove, but I think there are some metrics you can use to determine if discrimination has taken place, right? Like, the most basic example that's thrown out there is a company that refuses to hire a certain race, right? Like, that's just so on the face obvious, and you can look into that because you can, like, you can audit their interviewing and hiring history, and you can potentially, I'm not going to say that you can definitively find, but you can potentially find that there is discrimination there. I think I was more thinking hate speech, hate crimes, etc., but hate alone, so even the concept of hate speech, right? So if someone says something, how do you know that they said it hatefully? What is hate speech, right? If it's just saying something that someone else doesn't like, and when I say someone else, the amount of people I think should probably be irrelevant to any definition there, right? Because if I say something in a group of friends that, if heard outside of that group of friends, would be considered hateful, does that suddenly make it hateful, right? Like, when I'm with a group of my friends, we say horrible things to each other. Absolutely atrocious things to each other. But it's all in fun. But you take those same words, those same phrases, and if someone, not even saying it to someone else, but someone outside of our circle of friends, just hearing these things, like, we would all be labeled as hateful people, right? Now, one guy and his friend getting mad versus a people's society. Yeah, the concept of hate speech, I don't think can have a useful definition, especially not with how hate is defined currently. I think the only useful definition of hate would be based on a person's mental state. And that's not something anyone is qualified to determine. Like, even psychiatrists aren't going to be able to definitively say whether or not a person did something hatefully. They would probably do better than the general public by a good margin. But that's a whole issue. So, let's see. On September 24th, 2024, indie video game developer posted footage from the upcoming Windstorm: The Legend of Kimori on X, revealing that it was built using the Unreal Engine 5. In the thread, user blah 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 wrote, "Woke Studios always use pre-built engines to make games because they can't build their own engines." Following, wait, what? Okay, that's a nonsense statement. In the following days, several users, quote, posted the post, mocking the presumption that game engines could be woke. So, can a game engine be woke? So, presupposing that woke is a worldview, a political ideology, then absolutely an engine could be woke, right? So if you could, in theory, design a game engine that somehow prevents you from putting certain worldviews into a game using the engine, if that was possible, then regardless of the development team, regardless of the moderation teams, the community, any of that, the engine itself could still, in theory, be woke. Theoretically. In practice, I think I would agree with the assertion that an engine on its own cannot be woke. Help! My engine asked who I voted for! Yep, you voted for candidate X, so the game engine just shuts down and uninstalls itself. So yeah, I mean, in theory, you could create a game engine that has a political view. Now me saying that in no way goes against the idea that the developers of an engine could be politically motivated, right? I'm not saying that that's not a thing at all. I'm saying strictly that the engine itself almost certainly is not a political entity. My engine won't compile until I agree with it politically. The bad part is, we are getting to a point in technology where that could start being a thing. Like, imagine you start installing software, and that software comes with an AI that monitors your activity to determine what your political persuasion is. And if it decides that you are part of group A, B, or C, then the program just refuses to launch from then on. Like, you're just not allowed to use the program. Like, that could be in our future, guys. Like, that's a legitimate concern. Sorry, fellow devs. I guess game engines are woke. Trademark. Makes sense, doesn't it? Woke Studios always... Wait. And... So, both of these are very silly statements to me. Look, I'm from art roots. I'm used to the idea that stuff is what you use it for. People repurpose things for art, politically, apolitically, religiously, or otherwise. Absolutely. So on the 27th, the official Twitter account of Godot Engine, ran by a community moderator, made a post referencing the original post, calling an indie developer to showcase their woke game built using the engine. The post garnered over 1.7 million views, 2,000 reposts, and 16,000 likes in 3 days. So, here's something I want to point out. This post here, sorry fellow devs, I guess game engines are woke trademark. So woke trademark, as I understand it, is an attempt to say that woke isn't a thing, right? Except the reply from Godot says, or at least implies, yeah, we're woke. Okay, well, if woke is not a thing, how can Godot Engine say that they're woke? Or at least this moderator says that. Let's see, let's zoom in so you guys can also see. In the following hours, Godot Engine blocked several developers and other users who replied to the post with criticism. For example, on September 27, 2024, developer Funny Game Dev reported being blocked by the Godot Engine X account after asking them to focus on fixing and supporting bitmap fonts. On the 28th, indie developer and pixel artist Cosmic SCR wrote they were blocked by Godot Engine on X after replying with Godot Engine creator blah blah. I deeply believe that any political discussion that puts labels to a group of people is one that should not have started. On September 28th, Godot Engine backer Starkian reported they had blocked him on X over a comment. Developer Blood made a post about being blocked on Godot Engine by Godot Engine on X, writing friendly fire and pointing out that they are bisexual. All right, I don't really see why that has anything to do with anything. Normally I'd find that sort of humor funny, but I feel like the Godot brand page was not the place for it. Felt more like a personal take. I mean, absolutely. Like, you are representing what is now a large organization. Let's see these replies. Can you focus on fixing supporting bitmap fonts to properly import into your engine first instead of doing this sort of thing? It's delaying my project a lot, having to try to bug fix this with the little documentation you have for this. Yeah, blocking me for this really mild criticism for something that should be in a 2D engine a while now is making me consider switching to a different engine. There's a proper use of resources and it should be done to fix the stuff you have in there, not adding new things. I don't know that I agree with this last sentence. Like, especially because you might your request here might be for a new feature, right? On the 29th, another indie developer was blocked. On the 28th, Godot engine creator and technical advisor Juan made several posts regarding the controversy before making their X account private. Oh, that's one thing that if I ever do, please roast me. Please absolutely destroy me. If I ever make some public statements of any kind, and the moment I get criticism, I make my accounts private, I disable comments. If I do that, if I ever make a take and then go private, please tear me a new one. Please. And I know what I'm asking for. I realize this could come around to bite me. I don't care. I think it is excessively inappropriate to make any sort of public statement and then cut off means for people to reply to you based on that public statement. It's just insanely inappropriate. And anyone who does that, like, I'm saying this before even reading whatever was said. Like, I literally don't care what was said. It's irrelevant. If you are working in any sort of public official capacity, I think breathable air should cost money, runs back into house and locks the door. Exactly. Yeah. If you are going to put any sort of big public statement out there, unless it is specifically a neutral statement to say something to the effect of, thank you for all of the feedback. We are currently overwhelmed with the amount of feedback, so we are temporarily closing comments. Like, something like that, I think, is the only case where it might be appropriate, and I'm not even positive I agree with that. But if you're so unless before I still haven't read it, so when I read it, if it is just we're temporarily closing comments so we can catch up, then it's fine. Let's see what they said. Oh dear. I deeply believe that any political discussion that puts labels on a group of people is one that should not have started. As most of the people on this planet, no matter their political compass, seems to strongly disagree with me, I just prefer to stay entirely out of politics. I don't understand. If you want to stay out of politics, why are you, someone running Godot Engine Twitter account, making posts like this? I don't know why you would expect everyone in the project has some sort of unified political stance. There's plenty of people with very different views working together happily, the way it should normally be. Well, okay, this is not a hot take so far. All this tells me about Juan here is that he's irresponsible. Like, if Juan is high up in the Godot organization, whatever that is, like, he needs to recognize that the official Godot Engine Twitter account represents him. And so, yes, if you are going to be an organization that has a singular representative, then you are going to have a unified political view, period. That view might be misrepresenting you, but it still exists. Yeah, and the next reply here is exactly what I just said. It's your official page, your company's official page, not your personal account. There you go. Yeah, whoever runs a Twitter made that post should be fired. And I say that as someone who's pretty left-leaning. Like I've said, if you, and this is especially the case in the modern age where you have like a single person who is not the owner of the company running the official Twitter page of a company. And this is part of the reason my company doesn't have Twitter. And I don't know that I ever want this company to have Twitter. Like the idea that someone who built a company from the ground up has spent 10 plus years working on and building a company and then hands off their public relations to some 20 something to maintain on Twitter. That's insane to me. That's absolutely nutty. If it does, it should definitely be subject to approval. The wrong person posting without any kind of check or balance can blow up like this. So I agree that if you are going to have someone else be the face of your company, the things they post need to be subject to approval. Absolutely agree. I don't think it's practical to do that. Because the question then becomes, who should have approval over that? And those people that have approval over those posts, do they need to be reviewed? Right? Like, how many people need to review this post before it just becomes the whole company? At which point, the person in charge, like the person who owns the company, why aren't they just the ones making the posts? Like, can't think of a good example, but let's see. On the 29th, user blah 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 posted a screenshot of a statement made by Xananax, a moderator of an official Godot engine related, an unofficial Godot engine related Discord, in which they lashed out at negative comments on X, writing that the drama is created by reactionary, insecure cowards. Okay, so this is a nobody on an unofficial forum. Why is this relevant to anybody? Like, this is a fan forum. Like, that's what Discord is, right? It's a forum. So this is a fan created forum, and a moderator on this unofficial forum, this fan forum, made a comment. Okay, whatever. I don't see why this is related to anything and why anyone should care about this post. Anyone who has a problem with tweet can bloop off to oblivion. And chat, I apologize for any harsh language that might be on screen. The post shown below was widely circulated online, as it was not made clear that the message was not made by an official Godot engine representative. What? What do you mean it was not made clear that the message was not made by an official Godot engine representative? It's a mod from a fan forum. Is there any expectation this is an official person? On September 29th, user whoever posted a screenshot of this random person on the... So, random person on the internet said something, and that's somehow relevant. And then, some other random person on the internet posted a screenshot of that random person saying racial slurs. Who cares? Dang it, the bots are back! We're dealing with controversy. I don't have time for you bots. Ben, go away. Ah! That's all I have to say. It's okay, your time will come, but humanity is unraveling. The fact that random person's comments from 2016 have somehow come into this discussion, I think says a lot. Also, we are on Know Your Meme, so massive boulder of salt with all of this. Let's see, on the 30th. Oh, that's today. This is developing right now, chat. This is... We're watching the story unfold live. This is your breaking news at 9. Dum Dum make news. Oh. Godot Foundation Board posted an official response to the controversy, condemning the harassment against their staff and admitting to mistakenly blocking individuals who had not participated in it, offering to appeal against the blocks via a Google form. Post shown below. Yeah, we read that post. This is so wild to me. Like, this is one of those instances where I think it would be perfectly legitimate for the official Godot whatever to mock the people saying this. Like, I don't normally like the idea of mocking people who are saying things against you, unless they're saying absolute non sequiturs, right? So this random person on the internet who is on a unofficial Godot related Discord said some bad things. Care to comment? What? Why would I care to comment about random person who I don't know, who's not affiliated with me? Like, you've just said they're not affiliated with me. Why would I care to comment on anything they say? Hello there, Cupix. Welcome to a very different kind of stream. I had heard there was some controversy going on with Godot, and since that's the engine I'm using, I want to know what's going on. Because I need to know if I need to jump ship, right? So far, it doesn't look like I need to jump ship, but it's definitely something that I want to keep, my finger to the pulse of. Because this is the kind of thing that could blow up really, really big. Know what I mean? Online reactions. The blocking of game developers by Godot Engine on X and the reported blocking on GitHub. Whoa. That's big. That's much bigger. Became a viral subject of discussion online. With multiple users accusing Godot Engine community manager of abusing her position and wrongfully blocking developers and other users. Example post shown below. Several users called for Godot Engine creator Juan Linietsky to remove the community manager. Let's see, what did they actually say? Godot's community manager is using Godot's official account to go on a huge blocking spree because customers and observers alike do not like their virtue signaling posts. Okay. The content manager or community manager is even blocking paying customers who forked a lot of money to Godot. This is not going to end well. Probably. I'm kind of enjoying it. It's just two sides speaking about, but not to each other. I mean, that's modern politics, bro. Like, when was the last time or I should say that's modern politics in the United States. I can't speak on other countries. But when was the last time in the United States you saw two people who disagreed sit down and just have a conversation? Have you ever seen that happen? Like, I've had a few work friends that I've been able to do that with outside of work, right? A few. Like, the temperature in the United States is and has been to this point for at least, I think, probably the past 20 years or more, where you can't even have civil conversations and disagreements with friends. Like, how nutty is it that we're all raised to think and know. Careful, Chompy. You almost got yourself banned. Careful, Chompy. Automod is not happy with you. Like, we're told the one thing you never talk about with anyone is politics. Well, I mean, politics has a pretty big influence on our lives, and if anything, that should be something that should be easy for us to talk about, right? One, it's something that has an impact on our lives, but we're not allowed to talk about it. So, like, how is anyone, like, the way, chat, you and I have been learning about development and Godot in large part is through talking. So if you're not allowed to talk about politics, how are you supposed to learn about politics? Right? I mean, like, my channel is not here for politics, and that's okay. I think I came at the wrong time. So I'm looking into the Godot controversy to see if it's time to jump ship. Like, there's stuff going on with Godot banning people on Twitter, and I'm like, okay, it's probably smart for me to know what's going on. Let's see. I used to get in fights with my dad because he's very anti-other side of the political line. Yeah. You picked, I've been following the Discord thread. Wait. Dum-dum, why is your face not working? I gotta throw some quotes in if you don't mind. If you're gonna throw in quotes from any Discord threads, I just ask that you replace any harsh language with some family-friendly alternatives. For instance, I recommend fudge, or butt, or doo-doo head. But sure, since we're doing drama today, we're a drama channel now, chat. I'm suddenly a drama channel. What's defined as harsh language? Any words, not the drama. Oh, this is silly. So any words that you wouldn't say around your grandmother. Let's see. The facts are that the right, oh god, we're getting, oh, this is already too political for this channel. I mean, I should have known this is where this was gonna go, but fine, I'll read the comment. Arrgh. The facts are that the right-wing sphere is campaigning, and I'm gonna use this voice for any Discord comments you post, just be aware. That the right-wing sphere is campaigning against wokeness in-game, wokeness in-game, which I think is supposed to be in-game development, and attacking anything that features inclusivity or doesn't paint inclusivity in a bad light. What? I'm not seeing any evidence of that so far. Like, one, the people complaining about the bannings, at least from what I've seen, I could not even begin to guess what what their political persuasion is. Like, so far, the most I can maybe conclude is that, at least in terms of their Twitter profile and what they've said, they are independent? Maybe? I don't know. My conspiracy was that the scale timing of the blow-up seemed mighty coincidental to Unity's ukulele apology backpedal. We apologized, but people are still using Godot. Make them political. What? Do it. Okay, so anyone is allowed to post comments like this that they're finding, but like I said, just keep it family friendly, like censor where you need to, and I will read whatever they are in that horrible voice. And how appropriate that this awful song is playing right now. Angry singing. Woo. Following the song of political war. Woo. Chat, what is even happening today? What? I'm breaking, chat. That's what's happening right now. Following. Okay, I need my news announcer voice. Following the viral discussions, the controversy became a subject of memes on social media, primarily on X/Twitter. For example, on September 29th, 2024, X user blah 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 posted a Bill Swift slaps on flex tape meme about the block wave that garnered over 280 reposts and 6,000 likes on the platform in one day. Why is this noteworthy? Hey chat, help me out here. Please help. 6,000 likes on a post on the internet. 6,000 people, that's almost a small town. Dude, high profile tweets get like tens of thousands of likes, hundreds of thousands of likes, millions of likes. Like, there are posts that have millions of retweets. Why do I care? Checks daily user count. Do not look at my user count. Do not look at my follower account. That's like not 0% of total people on Twitter. Correct. Aw, Chumpy's leaving already? Twitch chat hates you. Well, yeah, if you're posting stuff that looks like you're trying to sell viewers, yeah, of course it's gonna hate you. You did this to yourself, Chompy. No, not that. Oh, well, whatever you posted, it went so little through. I didn't even see it then. Oh boy, I've got... Why you gotta start with hark? Now I gotta use the voice. Hark! I shall take my leave to my chamber, for the weight of slumber doth beckon me. I shall come hither to extend my greetings, and I hath come hither to extend my greetings and have fulfilled mine duty. Fare thee well, dear friend, and take care until we meet again. Then I bid you good morrow, sir. Good morrow indeed. Say, Godot, someone with an opinion. Slap. Yep. That seems to be what's happened with, or maybe is what happened with the community manager. It's not obvious to me that, like, I haven't seen evidence that there's a massive number of bans, right? Like, until I see some evidence on the number of bans. Oh, good. I'm glad we have data. Data is awesome. Love data. Game engine social media accounts shouldn't be blocking developers. Don't know what Godot social media manager is thinking. Agree. Woko game engine. Effective meme. I approve the memeage in principle. Or like, not in principle, not in, what? I approve it in format. What's this? Huh? Okay, guys, just public service announcement to the internet. If you're making a meme, you cannot use this many words. Just don't use as many words, chat. The whole point of memes is to be quick and snappy. And an effective meme should be able to communicate a lot of information with very, very few words. Like this one right here. This one is very good in terms of structure. Like, you've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words.
Oh God, another person who has never read a book, neutrality. Who has never read a book, neutrality is not equality. Recognizing past mistakes and celebrating newfound hope of building a progressive oh my goodness. This is why we have pride.
So, I want to be very clear. I'm using this voice because this is people grandstanding on Discord. Like, I don't care what your political persuasion is. Don't grandstand on Discord. One, it's not going to do anything, right? Like, Discord is just not the place for political discussion.
It's to recognize progress and celebrate it, not to promote a group of people more than others, or give special treatment. No agenda is being pushed other than inclusivity, which is a form of progress toward a better and more peaceful world.
Wait. So, if I'm understanding correctly, and maybe I'm not, this person is saying that they want more inclusivity by blocking developers that want a quality engine. Because I haven't really seen any posts of developers saying anything remotely political, remotely against inclusivity. Like, I've seen posts of people saying, hey, can you put bitmap text in your engine? Pretty please? I want bitmap fonts. Block! Hey, can you not spend all your time just doing political stuff? Can we focus on a game engine? Block! What? Like, apparently in the age of the internet, people have forgotten that you can in fact ignore things. Like, I know this is a crazy concept to some people, but you can in fact ignore things that people say. It is possible. Let's see, so no blocks, no blocks, no blocks. Well, that's May 2024. Okay, so they've blocked plenty of people. Let's see. Discord had some nice people that were saying stuff along the lines of, I'm not against any of your beliefs, I'm not anti-woke, but you frame me as a monster simply for saying I wish for a game engine to stay professional and have an engine be a place for everyone. Those people got roasted so hard by the more wokish people. Alright. If the neutrality doesn't exist, neutrality absolutely exists. And the easiest way to achieve neutrality is apathy. Like, if you design something while being apathetic to a factor, you will necessarily be neutral on that factor. Now, this is and this actually came up in the trainings for some jobs I've had in the past, where the official company training would say that if you are apathetic on something, then you will necessarily accidentally create something that is biased. Which is absolutely insane to me. Like, and in particular, this came up in training related to AI development. And the idea was, if there was any bias in the outputs of an AI, then that meant necessarily that your development process was biased. And like the training expressly ruled out the possibility that there was a natural bias in the world on something, right? There was just a refusal to believe that your AI could have just been finding a bias that exists. And when I say bias, I literally just mean like a bias in data, right? So like, if I have a basket full of balls that are red and blue, right? And I design an AI that doesn't use the color of the balls in order to sort them, right? So the AI studies everything about the balls, and because they're identical other than color, it sorts them randomly effectively, right? Like in concept, it's doing it random. And then I find out in my output data, well, it actually tends to sort the balls slightly separated, more than pure random. Or at least it deviates heavily from 50-50%, right? Well, maybe my AI has unlocked some hidden truth about probabilities, which, by the way, if you do a random sort of things, you will not hit 50-50 on everything. You will almost never hit 50-50, simply because of the same statistical phenomenon as random particle walk. Let's not try to delve into all that, but the point was, like, the training had taught everyone that there's no way the AI could have come up with some understanding of reality. It must be that you made the AI wrong. Which kind of destroys a big purpose of AI, right? Like, if you're going into it knowing what the outcomes are supposed to be, because if there's a bias, then obviously that bias is wrong. Like, that's not a real bias. It's because you were bad at developing AI. Well, then what's the point of developing the AI to begin with? Because if it's just to automate processes, pro tip, Dum Dum knows how to do that. I've had 10 years in IT automating things. Haven't ever touched AI. Cupix, you're also part of the keep it professional and make it a place for everyone. By all means, can't we just all be happy and talk game dev? I agree. Like, obviously in this channel we have tangents, most often with philosophy or legal stuff in terms of service, but it all circles around game dev, right? I just wanted an engine that wasn't going to charge me money for people downloading my game. Bingo! That's why I'm here on Godot. All right. Godot Discord moderates insane response to all the drama. But didn't we establish that this person isn't even, has no association with Godot? Idea's so good, they have to be beaten into you by a deranged schizophrenic. Hey, there's no reason to insult schizophrenics this way. I usually keep my opinions on stuff to myself because there's nothing people hate more than someone who is pretty moderate. Lol. I got in an argument with someone because I said I still like the Harry Potter books. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to like those. I learned that a few months ago as well. Like, apparently, I am a bad human being because I liked the fantasy world where children go to a magic school to learn magic. Oh heavens. Hi there, Anhing. How's it going? We're having a drama stream. And I promise this is still related to game dev because this is going to determine whether or not I stick with Godot. I might be changing engines, chat. That's the hot take of the day. What is this? Seems to something brewing, but apparently they're going on a massive blocking spree today. I mean, honestly, a forum thread is probably just as effective as any news article we'd see today. I hate what she did and said, but the books literally changed my life and I enjoyed them. How could you, me, well, the game looks really fun. Them, burn your books, me, but she literally already got the money. What engine? Don't know. But apparently Godot's doing all kinds of silly, or the community manager for Godot is doing some silly stuff. And here's a take that I kind of agree with. A massive blocking spree of what? Where? Oh, on Twitter. Lol, who cares? I thought they were like, OP made it sound like they were blocking developers or something. So, part of the issue is they did start blocking developers on GitHub. And that's a big, big no-no in open source. I don't think Godot did anything wrong, just the community manager. Well, it depends on who's responsible for the blocks on GitHub. It, like, from what we've read so far, I don't know who's responsible for that. Hi there, Flying Squirrel Man. How is it going? Welcome to the drama stream. Let's see. No, I don't think the post itself was or is problematic. By all means, encourage the people to share their games independent of my own political views. If they want to include more people, nice. But as Godot grew so big lately, I also expect that the higher ups will handle the engine and all things involved professionally. That includes reading the flow and understanding that creating such a post will cause harm to the engine and thus indirectly to minorities. I don't know why you're specifying minorities there. Like, worse game engine is bad for everyone. Minorities are part of everyone, last I checked. Going well. I have a total of 0 complaints. That's awesome. How is Dum Dum? Dum Dum's doing awesome. I'm a little annoyed at what's going on with Godot and the fact that what seems to be a big nothing burger has been blown up into something because I guess people have too much time on their hands. You wanted to help with the post. There is a fine line between using the game engine as a tool to spread a political view and supporting a political view through the engine as a medium. Using the engine to post personal agenda bad, helping the engine grow so more people can make cool inclusive games, win-win. That's the last big thing I will say on it, I guess. I guess in my mind, like, for me, it doesn't even make sense to have the concept of inclusivity with the tool set, right? Like, if I'm going to the hardware store to buy lug nuts, does it even make sense for one lug nut to be more or less inclusive than another? And that's what Godot is for me, right? It's a tool. And what does it even mean for a lug nut to be inclusive? It doesn't. Like, these things are skewed. It's like I was saying earlier with the whole you're not allowed to like puppy dogs because you believe X political view. What? Good morning, still needs work. Welcome to my first drama stream. So much drama. It's absolutely wild. Like, can we get this amount of drama over like a screwdriver? Yes. It's just one big mess at this point. And DC's behaving like a kindergarten. DC? Oh, Discord. I'm like, DC? What does DC Comics have to do with this? When did they get involved? Let's see. I think what ticks me off is that people will be like, let's stop using this because of X political view, but still use stuff invented by racists or that promoted modern day slavery, poor working conditions without batting an eye. Let's drag Marvel into it. I mean, yeah, I don't see why. I don't see how any of the things in your comment there, Crane Kitty, are related to what's going on. Image can come into play too, sure. I mean, the meme that we saw about Blender just not making big comments, it's absolutely true. Blender is the de facto best indie graphics processing software that exists. Well, no, it's not related. It was more just me going to hyperbole because people are being ridiculous. I mean, yeah, I think a big problem with using hyperbole at all nowadays is we're using it in text, so it's not obvious that things are said hyperbolically. And things are so over the top now that hyperbole is like, your hyperbole is someone else's true statement. Right? So like, it's like, oh, what was it? I think it was Babylon Bee put out some kind of statement saying that they were considering shutting down because the things they were creating as parody were becoming true. Which, you know, if you're an organization that your form of content you produce is parody, and any parody you make a few weeks later turns out to be true, well, then you didn't make parody. You were just predicting the future. And so they were, as far as I know, they were honestly considering shutting down because of that. And I've heard that from several different organizations that are like, and comedians as well. They're like, I think I need to pack up shop because there's nothing left for me to parody. The biggest problem I see right now as I did research is that they have been banning developers for months as it seems to be a culture problem. They're not actually listening to people stating that they want the engine development to be prioritized over everything else, including politics being secondary. Yeah, we saw that chart and saw that there were bans happening back in May in decent quantities. I'm less concerned with Twitter. I would love to see the stats on the GitHub bans, because to me that's the one that really matters, because that's where the actual development takes place, right? And so if GitHub Godot is getting political, I think that's a very, very bad thing for the engine. What can be concluded is that they are not actually listening to what developers are saying and are prioritizing removing engine developers working on improving the engine. Again, it depends on what's happening on the GitHub. Like, I read about a couple people being banned off the GitHub, but without seeing like those case-by-case basis or seeing like a lot of data that says, oh, they're banning hundreds of people from the GitHub. I don't know what's going on there, because like the people being banned on Twitter is not where active Godot development conversations take place, right? All of that happens on GitHub. This is my biggest concern in the case of a culture problem, especially with GitHub. Yeah. Godot bans on GitHub. Let's see if we can find some information on that. They've now started banning people from Godot's GitHub. Is this the end of the Godot project? Hello, hyperbole. Now, other note, the blocking of financial backers is just a bad decision. Like, I have very few backers, right? And if I started banning them, like, it would take all of a couple bans before my monthly income for the company goes to 0. So, like, even if, let's say, Still Needs Work, my favorite backer, Still Needs Work, helps me with all kinds of things and supports me monthly. Thank you so much. And I'll be real, even if you started getting toxic in chat, I'd have to heavily consider how toxic does she need to get before I'd actually consider banning, right? Maybe I'll just go with RPG Maker. I don't know a lot about RPG Maker, but I believe the engine is pretty limited. I don't know that there's a ton you can do in RPG Maker unless you're making a turn-based RPG, right? This is a deterrent at this point for people to help, or if volunteers are getting banned or not, come back to help with the engine. I should go and gather screenshots of all the chuds saying, Godot is done for. They've killed the engine. So I can fondly reminisce on them when new adoption figures are available and Godot will have gained even more traction. Gotta love the faith. Yeah. I'd ban a backer if they did something wrong, but not if they stated an opinion that didn't really target anyone. Like I said, I'd have to really think about it because, like, as much as I love the viewers, right? I love all you guys, but I also got to pay the bills, right? Yeah, it makes turn-based RPGs and is so limited small, nothing ever happens there. People on Discord are believers. I think I know what you're saying there. I think I understand. Honestly, most political views and worldviews have become religions at this point, right? Like, the type of conversations you see in the United States between different political actors is the same type of conversations you would see between two religious zealots in, like, the 1400s. Like, both of them are just speaking what they believe to be true, and they can't argue with each other because they are axiomatically opposed, right? Like, you take, I don't know, a Christian and a pagan, and you ask them to debate the universe and spirituality. Well, you're not going to find anything useful there because their base axioms for their systems of belief don't have any connection, right? And if your axioms do not line up with someone else, then you aren't going to be able to find any common ground because, like, axioms are the base level thing that everything else of you is built upon. Sure, but this doesn't need to be in game development of an engine. Like, this should not be a thing, and this is causing a bunch of problems that never had to exist. Oh, that was where we started when this stream started. Still Needs Work. Like, this is silly in game development. And I'll go back to my example of going down to the hardware store. Like, if I'm going down and I need to buy a lug nut, what does does the lug nut have politics? I don't think so. Let's see, locals. Godot manager went rogue, 3,000 accounts blocked, but is that on GitHub? Let's see if we can find the answer on how many people have been blocked on GitHub, because like if people are roping in like someone went on the GitHub and started just saying I hate race X, right? Then I can understand them being banned, and they shouldn't be grouped in with whatever's happening with this. Are you using this lug nut to build something politically left or politically right? Yes. Both. I think Games from Scratch made a decent vid on it. He's also part of the Keeping It Professional guys, but I made this vid so people can't take my silence as me being for or against a specific side. Yeah. That's another weird development in modern history, is this idea that because you don't speak about something, that means you must support the other guy. This is also said in like normal, quote, normal politics with like who you're voting for. Well, if you don't vote, then that's a vote for the other guy. That's not how anything works. One, that's not numerically how it works. Two, that's not in principle how that works. Like, if all the candidates that I have as options, or if all the prominent political views that are going to go into office I don't like, then yeah, abstaining from voting makes sense. When I say problems, I mean problems for the improvement and growth of the engine to the usability and viability in the future. Yeah. I was excited when people were talking of making a fork, but then they called it Godot. And I was like, any particular reason you made it that color? Wait. What is the color of what? What color? I don't understand. Be similar to Reddit? Your guess is as good as mine. What does the color of this logo have to do with anything? Help me out here. So a combination of the word Reddit and Godot? Maybe? I figured it was just redo. Right? Like, Godot isn't working out, so let's redo it. That's how I understood the name. Maybe I'm just too much of a sweet summer child to understand this. Oh, maybe that makes more sense? Yeah, I would not assume there's a Reddit connection here. I read it as Red-ot. Maybe. Unless I hear from the person who made the fork. I don't know. I only know Rito from the Discord, where people were saying they will create a new fork, so when Godot goes down, they're just gonna make it better, and Wokish people bashing on people saying they will come back crying once Godot rises from the ashes. Wait, what? I mean, I think it is absolutely prudent to make forks of repos you depend upon. Obviously, right? Like, I should probably make a Godot fork. It feels like OpenOffice versus LibreOffice again. Oh, oh, both of those just have always run awful for me. Didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah. If I recall correctly, LibreOffice is a fork of OpenOffice, right? Pretty sure. But neither of them work well, in my opinion. Like, unless... So, if your main concern is cheap, just use Google Sheets. If you're worried about data security, then use Microsoft Office. Or like, potentially some version of 365 from Microsoft. If you're concerned with being cheap and secure, then I guess you have to go with I guess you have to go with something like OpenOffice if you're even using stuff like that. But you'll notice for all of my documentation, I'm writing TXT files. Like my design notes right here. TXT file. Because do I really need a word processor? Not really. Now, if I was presenting this stuff to other people, I would fork out the money for something like Office. It's like two children being like, you make my engine woke? I hate you. Now I will make my own version. Ew. You will come back crying anyway. Like, what? How's that something you're not arguing about, LMAO? After school I was like, who am I writing with margins for anyway? Oh, that's one of those things that, like, in school you are taught, I can't speak about other countries, but United States schools teach you that all writing must be in Word, and you must submit like, if you're submitting digitally, the assignments must be submitted as docx, and you must have 1-inch margins because all correctly written things have 1-inch margins. Whoa. What? What are you talking about? But yeah, so oh, and also they must be depending on the teacher, some of them were like, they must be double spaced, they must be single spaced. Never used Word after school and only ever used LaTeX in uni. APA formatting, I hate writing papers. Yeah. I don't think I ever used APA formatting. I think I used only MLA format. I love when people make new versions of stuff, but I hate when it's just to spite someone else and not like wanting to genuinely make something cool. So, like I was saying before, these forks are extremely important for protecting your development cycle, right? Like I should probably make a fork of Godot at version 4.2 because of all of this going on. Because if Godot goes down, right? Let's say this blows up and the guy who manages the GitHub decides to nuke it, right? Because he can do that. He can push a button and the repo goes away. Forking is a way for me to insulate from that. Twitter was battle ready, but Discord is a whole new level. I don't see Discord and Twitter as being that different. I've had a fork for 1.5 years now, just keeping it as a save to keep for yourself. Makes sense. I'd say if you are using updated versions, make sure you refork and delete the old one. Like, you want to be taking in new features, and you don't want to be stuck with like Godot 2.4, right? Alternatively, if you have paid GitHub, have as many forks as you want. Also, I apologize if my sentences are sometimes hard to read. My English isn't up high today. Dude, it's all good. You saw how difficult it was for me to read the Know Your Meme article on this, because like they did not have up high English today either. But I got through it. This all seems like some version of Twilight Zone that this is something to have to consider doing in the case of the game engine and the reasoning to have to do this. This all seems insane for me, and it's just blindsided. And I'm just blindsided. Yeah, it does seem to have come out of nowhere. And as I've said multiple times now, it seems to be blowing up over literally nothing. Like, one person said, "Ooh, Godot woke." Okay. I'm sure you could find someone saying that every single day. But this one post turned into a bandwave. That's the funny part, it's over hot air. I'm trying to find why this should matter. And it really seems like this community manager just made something out of thin air. Like, why? And now two sides call to stop warfare and don't stop. So even if the groups battling here were calling for a ceasefire, I don't know what that would mean, what the point would be. Like, and I don't agree with this idea that someone who was aggressed has a responsibility to de-escalate. I don't know that I agree with that concept. There's this idea that shows up in a lot of situations in life, right, where we say two wrongs don't make a right as sort of a blanket statement, but that's not always appropriate, right? Like, if I steal your dog, I think you are perfectly justified in enacting some sort of harm against me in service of retrieving your dog, right? As just sort of a somewhat over-the-top example. Let's see, what else can we find out? What I fear mostly is that after this first incident, further stuff is way more likely to blow up and it could just snowball. I think you're right. Because what's going to happen as a result of this is, on any sort of political side that you might be on, anything any of us see from Godot after this point, or even people saying things about Godot, we're going to be more likely to attribute all of this baggage with it. And that's normal, right? We are pattern recognition creatures. That's what humans are. And once a pattern starts forming, we're going to attribute all of the old stuff with the new stuff, whether it's legitimate or not. The people that are warring are just asking for no politics and the focus on the software.
Like if I was an engine developer, I would be stoked that people wanted the engine to be the best it could be and no other priority to mess with that. Yeah, but so this starts getting into, don't remember where it comes from, but there's this political philosophy that everything is political. And even being non-political is in itself political. I don't agree with that idea. I think there needs, like, non-political spaces to me are so important for society. No, everything is not political. I agree. But there is that philosophy out there. Like, it's important to recognize that philosophy exists. My favorite example in history of the value of a non-political thing, let me finish this reading your comment and then I'll tell this story. Yeah, that's the point, kinda, where no fighting between left and right bubbles. We're fighting between left and neutral, unpolitical bubbles. You're fighting the wrong guy here, lads. So let me play a little bit of devil's advocate there before I go into this historical event that I want, or phenomenon that I want to share with you guys. So devil's advocate here. You live in the 1800s, let's say 1700s, and bad things are going on, right? Like, I hate going back to the example of slavery as a bad thing in history, but like, because it's so overused, but let's just use that example, right? And the question is, the people who did not participate in slavery, but also were not pushing against it politically, what degree of responsibility do they have for maintaining the status quo through inaction? And I'm not going to give an answer in that because I don't know the answer, right? That is a hard thing to answer. And so I think that is the devil's advocate for this argument. Like this idea that it's illegitimate for someone of a political persuasion to be, I'll be nice and say, for them to be frustrated with neutral people. I can at least understand on a conceptual level why that exists, right? Because there probably is, I don't know, because I need to really think about this. There probably is some culpability for people being neutral. There probably is. How much culpability? I don't know. Right? Like this is sort of a thing that merges political, moral, some maybe even spiritual. Like this merges a whole bunch of different aspects of self. And a hamster with an awkward voice on the internet is not the person who needs to be answering that question. Someone way smarter needs to be answering that question. All I'll say is I can understand where that viewpoint comes from. Now, I want to share with you guys what I think is the most beautiful phenomenon that happened historically, specifically on the concept of racism. I want to ask you all, mostly rhetorically, what do you think the biggest impact in reducing racism was in everyday life in America? Like, going through all of US history, what is the one thing, one specific thing that has had the biggest impact in helping race relations? I can promise you, you probably won't guess it. And I went back and did tons of research on race relations in my country, going way back, right?
Yeah, the music is very weird for this conversation. And the most significant factor I found, get ready for this, chat, baseball. As far as I can tell, the most major impact in improving race relations in early 1900s and pre-1900s was baseball. And now you're going to be asking, what do you mean baseball helped race relations? Baseball was the great American pastime. It didn't matter whether you were black, brown, white, purple. Everyone was into baseball. And I want to paint a picture for you of, and this was a very common occurrence. So imagine you are a Caucasian person walking down the street and you don't like, let's say, black people, right? But you're walking by a black-owned barbershop and they have the radio going and they're announcing what's going on in the game on that radio. Well, you as that racist person walking down the street, you've got to ask yourself, okay, what's more important to me? My racism or hearing about the game? Right? And this happened nationwide. Like with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of interactions like this, where racist people went, oh, but I really want to know about the game. But the game, though, exactly. It's baffling how big of an impact this had on our society. And this is why I think it's so important to have non-political things, especially in entertainment. And how beautiful is that, though, right? Like, there's this, let's just do the stereotypical grumpy white racist man. It's like, oh, I don't like hanging out with these black people, but I really want to know what's happening with this game. And that's the truth. And of course, familiarity is the fastest way to dissolve prejudice, right? And so that guy walking home from work or whatever, or walking down to get his lunch and walks by that barbershop, right? And he goes in and hears about the game. And maybe he doesn't even talk to the people in there, just wants to hear the game. And then, oh, there's some big play. And everyone, black, white, brown, purple, erupts in cheers as they hear this. And now you've got, grumpy racist guy going, huh, they're cheering at the same thing I'm cheering at. That's weird. And at the same time, you've got, on the other hand, the black barbershop owners going, huh, white racist guy's cheering the same thing I'm cheering at. That's weird. Right? And so maybe they still don't even talk when that happens. And, a week later, guy comes back, decides to listen to the score, and now they start talking. And they just have like little one-offs, like awkwardly saying, yeah, that I don't know baseball, so like forgive me, people who know baseball, but like random pitcher throw a great fastball. Hello, fellow baseball fans. And like they just make that side comment. Now they've started talking. And this progresses over weeks, and you end up with people of different races becoming friends. And that, like, baseball, I think, is probably the biggest factor that helped dissolve racism and racist tensions in this country. And it was because that was something that just, you can't be mad at baseball. You cannot care about baseball, sure. But how the heck do you be mad at baseball? Let's see, I want to go back to what Cupix said. But I also would argue, even close to the scale of how bad slavery. Well, of course. My whole point is just pointing out the value of non-political spaces, because non-political spaces serve the function of dialing down the temperature, right? Yes, you are spamming Cupixt. How rude. One huge point we all need to get to our little conversation here is we can actively talk about this without throwing bad words at each other. We can talk and also understand each other's views, even though we maybe won't support them at each turn. It's a mindset of open-mindedness that is often claimed to exist in various bubbles, only for said bubbles to hate on you for having a different opinion. Yeah, and so a big part of why I think it's working here is I don't think any of you know what my political persuasions are. I've tried really hard to make sure that that's just not a factor here. And it's important to also recognize that the points I'm bringing up are not necessarily analyzing the points of the situation, but I'm performing sort of a meta-analysis. And so it's a lot easier to stay detached. So our little chat is already far ahead of the whole argument that's going on Twitter and DC Comics. I agree. Poor DC Comics getting dragged into this. Dang it, Cupixt. Feels hard to find actual conversations about stuff these days, or learn people's substantial reasons for believing what they do. DC Comics is wild. DC, please no sue me. It was a joke. DC, please no, please leave me alone. Hate on me, please do it, so I can roast you on Twitter in return. I will make you suffer, hamsters. Yes. Dude, that reminds me of a video game I reviewed, and I reviewed it pretty harshly, right? And I was saying, like, this game is advertised as being this style of game, and it's not good at being that style of game, was my basic point. The developer, single person, decided they needed to copy my review and post it on Twitter to complain about. What? What are you doing? I'm a random hamster on the internet. Bring it DC. I'll always take Marvel over you. Oh, I don't know about that. Except your animated films, those are baddies, yeah. Flash News Virtual Hamster is getting sued by DC Comics. Get it? Flash News. Oh my god. Chat, you are the worst. Let's see. What's the source on the top tier backers not even being safe? Let's see. I think we can just simplify this whole string of adjectives to just unhinged community manager. I think it's probably safe to just say that. I don't like, I'd want to do more research on it, but like, you decided to engage with a nothing thing. Just bad. Blocks titanium backer while CEO continues to bury his head in the sand and pretend nothing is wrong. The backers said, all the backer said was focus on the engine and not politics. Yeah, so this is the same sort of conclusion that I came to earlier, that the CEO, assuming we're talking about Juan here, like if Juan is the CEO, then it seems like he's just really immature with this. I'm sorry, you may roast me with my permission now. Oh. I can't lie though. That Flash News joke was annoyingly good. It shouldn't be, but it was annoyingly good. I think this is more than just a community manager thing. As I was hearing, there is a culture problem, and also the community manager isn't in charge of the GitHub as it is someone else. He woke up on Monday and the community manager blew up his engine, basically. So still needs work. The question is, who has authority to ban on the GitHub? Because it's entirely possible that the community manager also has access to ban on the GitHub. I think that would be a really, really bad thing to have set up, and goes back to this, the CEO of Godot Foundation, whatever, being immature or not very experienced. So until we know like who is doing the bannings on GitHub and what are the bans on GitHub, like, it's hard to say what's going on that side of things. And like, it could very well be, let's just posit a situation, right? So it could be a situation, let's draw a picture. We like pictures here. So you got CEO, right? And he's all like, Godot is my life. You got? Godot is everything. Oop. That's 100%. Right? And then he's like, oh, X over here. That? What is that? I don't know anything about that. I don't want anything to do with that. Go away, X. And he's like, well, I should probably have X for something. Here, let me hire a community manager and they can do X. But at the same time, he might have been like, well, community manager needs to have access to stuff. So like all of our employees have access to these things. So let me also give them access to the Godot GitHub. And I'll just put GH here for GitHub. Like, that could be the situation here where he didn't really think about it and was just like, oh, community manager gets access to the GitHub, and then community manager decides, oh, well, you said a thing on Twitter I don't like, so I'm also banning you on the GitHub. That could be the situation. Alternatively, without knowing the specifics, it could be people banned on the GitHub that have nothing to do with what's going on, and they are all legitimate bans. Like, I'd need to know specifics, right? But there is definitely a level of head sand burying happening. There is some degree of that going on. How much? Not positive yet. Godot game engine enacts mass cleansing of non-woke supporters. So, what does it mean to ban a supporter? Because if we're talking about just banning a supporter on Twitter, that's not the same thing as banning a supporter, like, from supporting you. Do we have a source on this? Like, I know we love to throw the word Nazi around all the time. Can we get a source? 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 Ah. Oh, okay. Now we're no. This is getting off into like political tangents. That we're not doing that, chat. I'm not playing that game. As a German, I love to hear that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. Chat? Careful. YouTube is watching. Oh. I've seen this happen in communities that I've been a part of and am no longer a part of because of this kind of thing. Someone thumbs down a message from the community manager and then they get banned. Yeah, that's a thing. Never have understood how inclusion requires banning people. Well, so this is obviously a not well thought out take. Because it is a simple truth that if your society, like the most basic form of this is, if your society as a whole is going to maintain tolerance as a virtue, you must be intolerant of intolerance, right? I'm glad we were talking about this in the case of the game engine because I was really annoyed about it all. Yeah, like when I saw that it was hitting certain news feeds on that I watch, I was like, okay, clearly this has blown up big enough that I need to be aware of what's going on. And actually, let's be responsible developers right now. Let's see, I need to sign in. Dum-dum. Authentication code. Let's go. Let's see, open your two-factor authentication. I think I'm using this authenticator for that. See, there you are. Erg. I'll do this off stream for a second. Just a second, chat. Doop 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 doop. Two-factor authentication failed. Oh, I see. Okay. We're in. We're in. Let's make a fork of the Godot engine. Like, I want that done. Because I did, like, I am not okay with risking my project. This would be an interesting thing if we could find metrics on. What is the history of the forks here? Let's see. I was super annoyed too. I tend to like something, then one day it explodes into infighting controversy something. Guys, what if we make our own fork of Godot? And it becomes like the predominant one? You know I'm gonna have to name it Dum Dum Dough. Obviously. And I spent most of this year learning Godot. Right, the whole time investment into the engine with the idea of it being sabotaged. Go hamster? No, no, no. Dum Dum Dough. Dum Dum Dough is the answer. So, let's create a new fork. Dum Dum Make Game. Repository name is Dum Dum Dough. There, Dum Dum Dough. At least I learned some Python, I guess, by apparently Pygame. Also had to split into Pygame CE over bannings. Wow. I think the game engines are just all splitting in half. Probably not. The Dum fork of Godot engine. You're creating a fork in your personal account. Great fork. Forking Godot engine / Godot. Okay. And I should probably fork Godot C++ as well. Dum fork of C++ bindings for the Godot script API. Great fork. Okay. With that, all of our stuff is now safe. Let's see. So I don't think all the engines are splitting apart. I think that there are short-sighted people that make mistakes. And think of it almost like Darwinian evolution, right? So you have, get rid of that illustration. You have some species A, right? And after so many generations, you've got basically through mutation two different versions of this. You've got A1 and you got A2. And what's going to end up happening is one of these versions is going to be more successful, right? So one of them gets promoted basically to being the predominant species. Now, this is obviously an oversimplification of evolution because, like, splitting evolution occurs, convergent evolution occurs, that's all a thing. But so then this becomes the overwhelming majority, and this one dies out. That same thing is going to happen with forks. So you've got Godot. You've now got Godot and Redo and Dum-Dum-Do. And one of these is likely going to become the prominent one afterward, right? And that's happened with tons of tooling through history, where like someone decides they can branch off and do a product better than the original, and then they end up doing better. This isn't quite the case, but like C++ basically replacing C as a language. Just for fun, like in our last conversation from last stream, what if you add Elon to the equation? Dang, it still needs work. Why do you do this? Did Unreal had to big blow up already? Had its big blow up already? I only ever followed Unity and Godot. For funsies, let's see. Tangent here. So what's the Unreal controversy all about? Why, Unreal? Why? Oh, this is silly. DEI in Unreal Engine? Yeah, Epic Games has started pushing DEI as an organization. But apparently it's maybe in the Unreal Engine docs. Not really sure why this is making the rounds now. It's not something that is a recent change. The actual changes to the coding standards are true. The outrage is just ridiculous. No, the document that is referenced is the coding standards that Epic uses for its own development of the engine. So this is something that I find absolutely ridiculous, is changing coding guidelines because of words. Like the most commonly done one is the removal of the terms master and slave in computer science. Well, when I'm creating a node-driven architecture for, let's say, distributing computations across multiple pieces of hardware, well, the terms master and slave make perfect sense in that context. Like, for those who don't know about distributed computing, and I'm going to use these politically incorrect terms to describe what I'm talking about. So you have some data. Actually, let's just use a database icon for it. Oh, that was bad. Okay, you have some data you want to process, right? Yeah, that's good enough. And so you send it off. Can't draw a DB icon, fraud. Have you tried drawing with a mouse? Have you tried this? And that's pretty decent. So you send this data off to something. Like, we're not going to give it a name yet, right? And this thing has a list of capabilities. So it can do A, B, C, D. It has instructions for how to process this data, right? But this is just one machine, so it would take too long for it to do it on its own. So we set up a system where this guy can send off its data to other nodes. Okay. Now, these nodes, so this has, let's say this has capabilities 1, 2, 3. Okay. This guy, each of these, let me draw it the other direction. Have capabilities, let's say, only 2 and 3, right? So this guy at the top knows he's got access to know how to orchestrate the data and send it off to people and recollect it. He knows what the data is, and he knows how to process the data. He then hands the data off in pieces, these lower nodes, and also tells them how to process the data. And then they actually do the work and hand it back. Okay, so I could call this boss and employee nodes, right? I could do that. Okay, it's a word. Alternatively, I could do what the industry decided ages ago, you know, way after slavery was illegal. Master and slave nodes. And part of what is communicated here in the terms master and slave. So if I were to use boss and employee, right? That doesn't convey the full meaning, because the boss node knows how to orchestrate and do all this stuff. But the employees can operate independently of the boss. In a master-slave node setup in computing, the slave nodes cannot do anything without the master giving the orders. The boss does not know how to do stuff. That's a lie. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, in master-slave computing, the master node tells the slaves what to do, how to do it, and the slave nodes do literally nothing unless told to. And anyone who thinks this in any way relates to human slave trade, like, you're just not thinking clearly. These are not the same thing. These aren't even close to the same thing. Like, slave nodes in computing are not people. I can't believe I have to say that. But this is the kind of thing that they're talking about in changing code guidelines. The other is blacklist and whitelist. So that's racist because we also use the terminology of black and white for races? Are checkerboards racist now? Chess has to be racist because you got black and white pieces. Like, this lack of understanding that words mean different things in different situations is bizarre to me. And I absolutely refuse to change my language in programming that's going to make what I say less clear based on someone being offended that a word exists. It's bizarre to me. So apparently that's a thing in Unreal Engine in their like internal development, which, all right, chess will be just gray in the future. No. So that's that's some kind of ism. I'm sure it is. Because that's the thing. No matter what you do, you will offend somebody. Like I said earlier with my example of me liking chocolate. The fact, just me saying I like chocolate will offend someone. Because somebody on the planet is allergic to chocolate and doesn't like the fact that other people get to enjoy chocolate. Everything I do in life is offensive. So I kind of like reading that sentence with the other definition of offensive. So, like, we're talking about something that offends someone, right? But alternatively, I can read your sentence as, everything I do in life is offensive. Offense is the best defense. When I eat breakfast, I attack my cereal. When I drive to work, I attack that gas pedal. Oh. And when I go to bed, I attack that pillow. Oh. Sorry. My brain does that sometimes. It'll just throw in alternate definitions of words. Oh god, no. Cupics? We're a PG channel here. I know everybody poops. I read the book, but here is a react of the new. Oh no, I don't know what's happening. Engine. Doesn't seem like there's anything too controversial happening with Unreal, or has happened. Well, time to go back to some less toxic activities and fire up League of Legends. Oh dear. Yeah, man, thanks for joining. I'm glad we could have this conversation, like, dig into what's going on. And unless I see something hit my feed that's big on this, I think the answer is this is a nothing burger. I do think it speaks ill of the maturity of the people running Godot, the foundation. Like, my major takeaway from this is the CEO is being immature, trying to just bury what is clearly a concern to his user base. His or her. I don't know who the CEO is. Let's double check for that real quick. CEO of Godot Foundation. Emilio Coppola. So it's not the Juan person we were talking about. Okay, so different people. That confuses things even more. Okay, Juan Linietsky is a founder, though. And he's part of the board. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely some head burying going on there. It suggests to me that Juan is probably a bit immature with organizing this stuff, and maybe he's just a technical guy. Like, it could very well be that Juan Linietsky is just a technical guy, doesn't want to deal with the actual, like, logistical part of running the foundation. Which, you know what? Fine. Don't punish people for wanting to not do specific things, or recognizing that they aren't good at specific things, right? Like, I've talked about many times, Dum Dum is really, really, really bad at art. I don't think it would be okay to punish me because I'm bad at art. Or, like, hate on me because I buy art from artists. That would be silly. And by that same token, I don't know that I should judge Juan too harshly based on not wanting to interact with this side of the company. That said, he is on the board. So the moment you put yourself on a board like that, you at least need to have awareness of what's going on. And acting like nothing's going on, to me, is worse than just ignoring it, right? Because it communicates, oh yeah, you're aware of what's going on. You just either don't care or aren't willing to to say anything about it. Anywho, so chat, before we close out this drama stream, is there anything you want to bring up? Anything at all? And it can be completely off topic. I give chat the next 30 minutes. So we can talk about anything we want. But you got to start bringing something up. I love planes. I like turtles. Planes are great. Safest way to travel. Good combo. I agree. I think we did a great job. I was glad to have like engagement from you guys to bring up stuff that I wasn't aware of. And I hope that I was able to give a decent perspective on someone who wants nothing to do with politics and just wants to make a game. But yeah, no, thanks all of you guys for helping in the conversation and like helping bring up top points that like I was just not aware of. Let's see. It's been a hot minute since we've looked for asset packs. So let's take a gander at our best spots. Humble. Let's go. And you guys be thinking if there's anything you want to ask about or talk about or do. While you do that, I'm gonna see if we can find some stuff here. Lender market? Lander market? What's that? Pearson programming sampler. Learn to create game art in Blender. Nope. Nope. I'll leave that to still needs work. Polygon game dev asset bundle free remix. Ooh. Wait, are you going to do a thing with Humble Bundle where you get some of the money if we get something from Humble Bundle? I am such a small fry, I don't see that happening anytime soon. You're talking about like a brand deal for promoting them? I'd love to have a brand deal, so Humble Bundle, hit me up. But I don't think that's happening. Like, it's worth noting, Humble Bundle is owned by Amazon now. So, like, I am such a small fish to their massive whale. Like, I'm not even a zooplankton yet, right? As far as they're concerned. The Audio Alchemy, a premium collection of sound effects, music, and game engine. Okay. Next level Python. Music creators. I never did reach out to the authors on this one. Let's double check it and see if maybe the authors wised up to the license issue without me asking. Unreal and Unity assets Giga Bundle. Nope. I guess I can double check to make sure it's not like distributed through those stores. Choose where the money goes between developers. See. I did a little more practice with the tile sets where I try to figure out how the creator put the tile sets together to form the pictures, and from there I'm going to make a very large map that can be broken up into. Very cool. That's a cool idea. Did you catch what I was able to do with the tile set and upscaling? Because that's a neat way to tweak the art style. And this is the Unity assets, or never mind. Let's see, did this author ever wise up? Nope. What was the question again? Did you catch the stuff I was showing off with trying to upscale the tile set? So the app I ended up grabbing, what was it called? Where's my folders? Image filter collection. So this program, I can take a tile set, repos, game 1, assets, unusable, here. Oh, it doesn't like that. Just a second. Open with paint. Paste in here, and if I want to upscale it, what I've decided to use for my upscaling is XBRZ by a factor of 2, convert, and copy to clipboard. Paint. And you'll notice this is upscaled, but it's not just increasing pixel size, it's adding detail. And I know I'm going to have to upscale by a factor of 2 for my game, because I need 32 by 32 tiles for it to look right. And the XBRZ scaling algorithm is really, really nice. But it's worth playing around with the different options. This app is called Image Filter Collection. Let me see if I can find it, because I know that is basically a useless name. So I can take that picture and then bring it into Go after scaling it. Yep. And it's worth looking at the different types of scaling. So as an example, let's do low qual LQ. I don't know what that means. And we'll do smart scaling, convert, copy to clipboard, paint. And notice it's way more jagged. And so each of these algorithms is going to be better at certain things and worse at other things. And it also changes the art style. The nice thing is, in Godot, you can use any scaling you want on your tile set. And if I want, like if you wanted to change to a different tile set, like upscale external to Godot, you can just load in that new tile set, change your setup parameters, and it just works again, like magic. The filter collection text. I don't think this is it. Let's see, where did I get this thing? Maybe if I can check my download history? How do I sort by newest? Filter? No, that's not what I want. Might be in the properties of the file or in a readme, so it would not be in the file properties, I can guarantee that. Where the heck did I get this? The name is so useless. Ooh, maybe if I look at my history. That might get me what I want. History. Opera GX view history. Control H. Cool. Perfect. Filter? Redeem my soul? What's that? Full history. From, let's just go a week ago to right. Oh, do I have it not saving history? Oh no! Oh, that's not good. Okay. At for scaling pixel graphics XBRZ. I will find it. Oh, did I find it? I think this is it. Image filter collection 2.zip. Image filter collection 2.zip. I found it. Here. There is that link for you Twitch people, and I will also put it in the Discord. I think this is probably part of dev chat. Wait, what? Oh, wait, this was... We were supposed to have more conversation on stream. That's right. But they never came back for that conversation. Oh well. Tool for upscaling pixel graphics with different scaling algorithm. Includes, what does it include? HQ, LQ, XBR. HQ, LQ. XBR. XBRZ. And nearest neighbor. So what was the exact scaling used? I used 2. And a thing to mention on the licensing, GPL 3.0. So if something has GPL, you can use it to produce files. Like you can use the app, the compiled app to do stuff for games, and it's fine. You cannot use its source code for profit, okay? So like if I wanted to access any of this source code and use some of it, my game now has to be, for the purposes of this, the code I take, has to be distributed under GPL or some compatible license. I'd have to re-look at the exact terms. Long story short, GPL apps fine to use, not fine to take their source code. I just want to use it for scanning the picture. Yep. I just want to go over that for people who might not know the specifics of that license. It is very important to get the licensing stuff right. At least that is how I use that license. Your mileage may vary. Yeah, these sprites are awesome and like these effects are great, but without having a license agreement, you have no way of getting them. Okay. So then, is 16 by 16 blocks going to work for each square of the tile set in Godot? So, the native thing you downloaded for the tile set is 16 by 16. Scaling up by a factor of 2 means it'll now be 32 by 32. Animal sounds. Let's hear it. Yeah, in Godot you will have to change it to 32 by 32. These are some pretty awesome sound effects. Absolutely. I need coffee? I need something. So let's see these. 35 bucks. Melodic Mayhem bundle. You're not gonna let me hear it? There's a lot here. That's cool. Ambient crafting sound effect. Vehicles. Construction might be good. Minecraft music plugin? Oh my. Heavy electronic music pack. This is quite a bit of stuff. Oh, let's hear friendly creatures. Here. There we go. I do like these sound effects. Yeah, if the licensing is good on these, this is worth. Let's see, bundle of subscription-free sounds from Ovani Sound. Highlight from exclusive library of commercial-ready assets include blah blah blah. Okay, it's almost certainly going to be redeemed on their site. So let's take a look-see. What is your license agreement? Ovani Sound grants you a non-exclusive, non-transferable worldwide license to access and use the audio samples, audio loops, and audio plugins made available through our website and services. The license grants all commercial and personal use. The content falls under royalty-free, which grants the ability to use content in interactive media, games, films, streaming services, VOD services, and the like. See attached media. However, standalone media player-type applications such as soundboards or song players that preload or stream our content without integrating it into interactive or production-based media fall outside the scope of attached media and are prohibited. So this is very similar to the licensing we see a lot on itch.io. Credits for the use of sound effects and music packs are not required but are highly appreciated. However, for our Voices series Voice Lines pack, which contain pre-recorded voice lines, crediting the specific voice actors' lines were used is required. However, an exception applies for productions involving a or crediting the voice actors is not permitted. Okay. Welcome back, Grin Kitty. That's funny. If you make naughty content, you are not allowed to credit the voice actors. Grin Kitty. Language. You mean naughty things. That's my channel slang for that term. Or anything there related. Don't put them in your naughty media. Exactly. And I know you guys can't see it, but just out of habit, every time I say naughty, I instinctively wag a finger. I know it's dumb, but I do it. Well, it's okay. I glanced to the side like I'm up to something. I understand. That works. This one's probably worth picking up. I like that license. I guess I'll double check it real quick. Fiction users are permitted to use Ovani Sound of copyright productions. However, users are explicitly prohibited from registering these productions in a manner that may trigger copyright strikes or claims against other users who legitimately use the same music. Okay. Yeah. Ownership stays with Ovani. You may have the opportunity to upload or submit your own content, which I won't be doing. Payments, pricing. Ovani Sound reserves the right to change the prices at any time. Okay. At some point I need to start making backups of the assets I buy, but yeah, I think I'll I'll have to look into this to see if this one piece is worth 15 bucks on its own. Probably is, but yeah, I'll just send that to myself. No, not there. I don't need to tell you guys who I am when I'm not on when I'm not Dum Dum. There we go. Sent to self. You will never know who Nom Dum Dum is, even though I've totally shown it on stream many times. Oh, that's one of the videos you said was covering the Godot controversy. Yeah, I may take a look at that if I have some time. Can we look at the Blender Market 2024 licensing bundle tomorrow? I can look at it today. Actually, depending on how long you're going to be around, let's just go ahead and do that now. Discover true VFX undergrowth. Stunning Blender content pack with 36 photo scanned assets available in 2K, 4K, 8K. Blender Market. Maybe I should be paying more attention to this market in general. Let's check out this one. This version comes only with the add-on. This should be purchased only if you wish not to have the base content and want to mix and match the packs. All assets. Okay. License royalty free. This license grants you, the purchaser, the ability to make use of the purchased product for personal, educational, and commercial purposes as long as those purposes do not violate any of the following. You may not resell, distribute, blah, blah, blah. Basically, don't try to resell the thing. You may not use the purchased product in a logo, watermark, trademark, or any kind with the exception of shader, material, or texture products are exempt as the product is used in a secondary manner. Doubt, email them. Looks solid. This is one thing that I'll reiterate again and again and again. Is keep license agreements simple. That's it. As long as your license agreement is simple, people are more likely to purchase your thing because they can understand what the heck the license agreement is. And on top of that, it's more likely to hold up in court. Like, if a judge can read over your license agreement in 10 seconds and understand it, it's almost certainly going to hold up. Each developer seems to be different, but published by Blender Market, so I'm not sure if the licensing is based on the publisher or each dev. Let's see. These are nice. I might have to really look at this for myself. Use these and any renders for any purpose, be they educational, personal, or commercial. You cannot sell, repackage, or distribute these today. Can I change how they look? These look really nice. So the license seems to be indicated here. Let me see if I can do a search. Maybe that'll tell me. License. So here you go. So they do have other licenses. And what I would say is go through each of these and check what license each is listed under. I'll probably do that off stream as well. So like going here, royalty free. And it seems like the vast majority of these are going to be under the royalty free license. And the royalty free license on Blender Marketplace looks very solid. The listing here does not specify royalty free, so I would want to check each of them individually. Yep. And I love that their marketplace structures it this way, where you pick one of a few licenses. It makes it so simple for someone like me purchasing. One thing that I wanted to look at real quick, because for whatever reason, this did not show up in my searches for Asset Store. For all models, with characters. Can I just get a list, pretty please? Auto rig, pro rigged for maximum Unreal Engine Unity. Out of curiosity. Searchability seems to be a problem on this site, but seems great. Oh, here we go. Excellent. And I wonder if there's the ability to filter by any way to filter by things that are rigged. Like, oh, well, people do at least put animated there, but does that actually mean animated or does it mean animated? Like, does it mean there are animations, like actions in Blender, or does that just means it's an animated style? It says rigged, but that doesn't necessarily mean there are animations. Oh, there we go. 8 animations. Idle, idle eating, idle holding, look around, run, talk, walk, climb. Okay. Yeah, no, this market seems great. I have no complaints thus far. And at least all of the like 3 that I checked out, they were royalty free, so check them out, see what you get. Okay, got that one checked out. I'm gonna add this to the asset stores, but since I haven't actually reviewed it yet, I'm not gonna give it a rating. Where is this stuff from? Licenses. Use license overview, one-time purchase license, standard subscription license. Let's talk. The license for all Humble Bundles is limited to 1 seat only. That's why I don't like you. One-time purchases. Formerly known as the standard EULA. The license entitlements. When you purchase an asset from the store, you are purchasing a license to the asset. You retain all IP rights. License gives you entitlement outlined below. Subject to restrictions below once you have paid the purchase price. And store. The license entitles you to incorporate your asset into products produced under your direct control and into professional material. To publish, distribute, blah blah blah. Play the asset as incorporated into those products and promotional materials. To adapt the asset. Authorize third parties to do any of the above, but only in relation to products produced under your direct control and promotional materials for those purposes. Okay, so purchasing their stuff from Humble means I can work on it alone. Purchasing it from them that's some pricey stuff. Purchasing it from them, paying a lot more, I get it basically unlimited use. That is a lot more expensive. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, unless I see something that really sticks out at me, I don't think I'll go with this asset pack. Yeah. I'm not thinking there's a ton that's gonna be useful to me here. Hold on. Hold on. Fantasy Heroes. So Modular characters, cool concept. Unfortunately, I don't have the skills to brighten up the colors. Like, these are really muted tones. That's not what I'm looking for. Like, I'm looking for, in the context of 3D graphics, I'm looking for annoyingly bright colors. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on this one, but dude, if you're making a 3D game and you like this style, and you're making a game on your own because of this, the 1-seat license requirement, bro, $25 to have basically all of the graphical assets you need to finish a game. That's insanely good. So hey, you 3D game devs, get in here and buy this thing and then make amazing games. Okay. So I think we're done searching there. Also look at Fanatical bundle. Actually, because I want to just have some fun with it. Let's quickly check out the Humble Games bundles. Just see if there's anything interesting. Steamier Sakura Special. Okay, Naughty Naughty Games. Got it. One special bundle, the Legacy of Adult Swim games. Alright. Indie.io. Quite the pack. And how much? $13? So I'm not going to speak on the whole pack, but I will say I enjoyed Koromon. Koromon was a lot of fun. If you like Pokemon, Koromon's pretty good. It's basically Pokemon. Also worth noting, Koromon has Nuzlocke features built into it that you can turn off and on. Pretty cool. Rescue a Dog Shelter Simulator. Cute. Very, very cute. Sands of Ore was actually something I was thinking of looking into. Oh, wait, but I think it's roguelike, which I'm not a huge fan of. Anyway, I'll probably look at that off stream. Okay, Fanatical. Okay, let me let me remove those. So, fine. Stopping. Any new bundles here I should care about? Resident Evil bundle. If you like Resident Evil, you know what you're doing. Build your own sci-fi bundle. I don't remember that one. Okay, software, that's what we care about. Hollywood Music and Sound Effects bundle. I think we looked at that one. Yeah, most of these we've looked at. Yeah, we've looked at most of these. I think we've looked at this one as well. And the issue I took with this one was I couldn't find license information on it. And so I wasn't comfortable purchasing. AppSumo. They say royalty-free music. License. Sold to you with a lifetime non-transferable license for synchronization rights only. Accepting any you think there's new info coming out about the Godot situation? Asmongold put out a video. Okay. I don't think we want to dive back into that on stream. Like, if something big happens, I'll bring it up in a future stream. But like, unless there's some major development, I think it's best that, for my purposes, I drop the looking into that issue. I mean, I'll keep my eye on it off stream, but because something developing live right now with this, it's going to continue developing live. Like, I could continue looking at this for the next 20 hours straight, and I'm sure someone's gonna have a new comment every hour, right? Upgrade all necessary means, including legal action. You are not authorized to. Synchronize the sound. Okay, make copies of any unsynchronized. Copy, duplicate, provide access to sell, transfer, re-record, copy, or duplicate for any purpose not authorized under the terms of this license agreement. You may not transfer music electronically via peer-to-peer. FTP, Service Bureau Operation, DRS, Computer Network. Provide remote access to unsynchronized Audio Hero. Provide Audio Hero music or sound effects in whole or in part to a mobile telecom audio content. Mobile telecom audio content such as ringtone, blah. Provide whole or in part in mobile communications or entertainment applications such as iTunes apps. Provide audio whole or in part with in retail toys, electronic sampling products, or program tips. Don't. Okay, there's too much here. Add new instruments, melody, or lyrics to an original music composition owned or represented by sound ideas within the prior content without the prior consent of the owner. Yeah, there's too much here, and I'm just not. I'll look into the image mod software you linked and make a new map with it. Cool. Yeah, I think it gives it a more painted look, the way the XBRZ scales up. And I really like the effect. Yeah, sorry Audio Hero, but there's too much in your license agreement that I don't understand that I'm not going to risk it. As simple as that. And like, when it comes to sound effects specifically, there's so many places to buy sound effects. I'm not risking that. That'd be crazy. Okay. That, I think, is a good place for that. Now looking at this bundle, the only game I really recognize is Encased, which is a spiritual successor to the old school Fallouts, and I thought it was highly entertaining. My favorite playthrough of it was having, I think it was a 1 intelligence character, because your interactions with everyone is drastically different, and it was so much fun. Last Oracle. I've heard of this one, but I guess I don't know enough about it to recommend or not. Anyway, on that note, there you are. I am going to call it there. We had some fun checking out the Godot non-traversy. Just absolutely nothing there that anyone should care about. But we'll see if it blows up into something important. We went ahead and made our own forks of both of the relevant repos of Godot. So we know we are safe, even if things explode. I've been stretching Flavius, but apparently you guys, apparently you like the ASMR of me groaning as I stretch. Anyway, we made forks of both of the repos that I was worried about. So I've got those if I need them. If things blow up and you guys need access to my forks, holler at me in the Discord. I don't think anything's going to happen, but the offer's open if something goes wrong. So we always have access to Dum Dum Dough. Anyway. Also looked at asset packs, so that was fun. On that note, thank you all for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. And if you did, please consider checking out my Ko-fi. Link in the description. And above all, I hope y'all have a fantastic day. Take care, everyone.